Hello, hello. Unannounced fun, yeah. Didn't fuck off bot. Ayo! Bone crusher maul. Okay. G guide price 5.2k. What's it look like? Kind of be looking like a knee joint. Okay, I just need the pet now. Nice. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. I need the pet so that I can leave and never come back. I want to go over there. Let me go to the other region. Come on, Jagex. So comfortable. probably does some vibrations. So if you're playing a like area locked account here, these drops aren't bad by any means. You know, getting limport roots from a boss drop isn't terrible. Maple planks, entirely unusable. There's no sawmill here. You'd have to like get a house and lamp your way up, you know, high enough to make that usable for any reason. Stabs are like alchable and can be broken down, which is nice. Glory, obviously you gotta get the magic level to charge it, but that's pretty good. The rune chain body means that you can come here and ignore Dragon Slayer and still equip your rune tier. And the Bone Crusher Maul is a nice melee weapon all on its own. Tier 40's good, you know, it's decent. Crush all bones dropped from creatures for prayer XP. It's just something about that, you know?
Gotcha, smart.
Man's got all kinds of little skulls and bones kicking around the place. What is this? Like it maybe could be like a horned grack, but don't they have bones on the side? It almost looks like a rhinoceros. This one's definitely some kind of bird, but it looks like a metallic beak almost. Maybe due to like bone aging or something.
You're out of here!
I didn't even know my crit bloom wasn't maxed.
You're out of here!
This is such riveting content. I'm having so much fun. I had Nora on this whole time? I have no idea.
Gotcha, smack. smack the hand.
It's 13K is pretty nice. $38 kill, brother. Hello, how are we doing? Full rest. Hello. I am dreadfully tired and trying to get this logged for Ivar so that I can move on to other content. How about you? I too am doing Ivar. That's good. Oh crap. I should have brought the magic note papers. Why did he respawn so fast that time? What's up with that? I'll take it, but like, why? How many kills in are you? Sounds about right. Hello, Tubbs RS. How's it going? 117. Nice. What do we do? Not too much further ahead. I'm meant to couldn't play for the update, but seeing how fast he dies, I'm not even that bothered now. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean he dies super fast. It's very very easy to just AFK and steamroll it. I'm trying to pay like half attention just to save a few ticks, you know, maybe get a slightly faster set of kills, but it's seconds at most. I'm sure you could actually AFK the boss for like a full hour if the login timer were there. The other boss though, the what is it, Silver Quill? That one's a bit more of an issue. You gotta hit it down to its like 1/3 health gate and then stop hitting it, or it reflects a lot of damage back. Kill like one little minion, then again at another third, kill 2 little minions, and then you can finally actually kill it. It's very easy mechanically, but it's not AFKable, that's for sure. Let's see. Silver Quill will beat ass if you're not paying attention. True that. Giving a low-level boss mechanics. Yeah, two low-level bosses with mechanics. This boss technically has mechanics. I'll show them off real quick. Assuming my Ripper Demon doesn't just kill it automatically, right? I wish, you know, faster respawns could actually happen. Alright, I believe it's every 4 attacks. I'll just tap them once real quick. 1, 2, 3. Okay. First one, you get a pray melee. You can't actually escape that one, it seems. But if you pray against it, you take very, very reduced damage. And then there's 4 attacks. Second one is pray range. He throws a rock at you. And then the third one is pray mage.
Brain punch.
That's it. That's all of his mechanics. All right. It's not the pet, but I'll take a dupe, I guess. I have no idea how much this is actually going for, but I guess they're in talks about making the Bone Crusher Mall free to play, which would be phenomenal. I mean, that's who's actually going to be using it, really. Yeah. He yells at you if you move out of the way. Yeah. Hold on a sec. Make it 2 range and free to play. Let free to play have a true this weapon. I mean, it's only a level 40 that acts as a bone crusher, so it's like maybe you could like attach the Gravite weapon to it or something, and then it could become this. But I'm pretty sure Gravite's still level 55 or something. Riveting content and so much fun. Yeah. I was camping it with Mage because you can absolutely no thoughts head empty, just full send AFK it, but I don't know. I'd rather do a little bit of something. Okay, you do those mechanics. It does help new players learn to prey switch and to like read choreographed attacks. Like it's very minimal, obviously, like, but a new player is not going to kill the boss this quickly by any means, right? They're going to have more of a slog fest. They're going to have to run around a little bit, tank some damage. When you first come in here and you don't know what you're doing, like, unless you're just straight DPSing down the boss, you actually do take a pretty fair amount of damage. Silver Quill's on another level, though. Like, you beat your own ass, so that's where the fun really is. Tier 40 with team 50 stats and damage. I didn't see anything about that, but alright. Oh yeah, tier 50 accuracy. Doesn't show the damage part, but either way, that's really good. Yeah, that and the mask from this, it's like a level 40 magic power mask, which gives a little bit of accuracy too. I think it's decent. They're filling in a gap that I guess was there, but I'm just down for them adding more content in general. Like, this is a great starter area. It's free to play to come here. It's great for early accounts. I'm actually thinking of doing a area locked hardcore Iron Man for Havenhythe, because I've been waiting forever specifically for this exact update. And I don't know, it's not everything yet, but it's enough of something to be like, okay, like, there's a foundation here. Keep running with it. I only get 1 end game per year. Yeah. Might seem like they're way too far apart to probably get used to flipping them. So, asking for it to be reduced to 300 times. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense too. Make it a little bit faster, a little bit harder. It really is slow. Like, maybe they should make a hard version where, you know, he cranks it up just a little bit more. Maybe give upgraded versions of the weapons or something to upgrade them. Weapon and the mask. How did I end up with so much stuff in my inventory? It does say these are kills in normal mode. Maybe that's in the works. Yeah, it's possible. It's often that they'll release something and then later on down the line they give a hard mode of it. No paper. That's what I need. Missing the flicks and killing its health is actually increased a lot. That'd be great. I love it. Make it punishing. I mean, the silver quill is punishing, so there's no reason why Ivar can't be. Welcome to your session against Ivar. My session, huh? Oh my. Also wish the death animation wasn't so long. Like, it takes so long for him to die, so long to get the loot. It's like, I don't know. I will say I've got no major gripes with the update. Havenhythe's really nice so far. It looks great. Music's a bop. There's a very tiny bit of lore. Most of it's going to be expanded upon when we go to the eastern areas. I guess my only actual complaint really is just the character Ruben. I don't think they should have added Ruben in. I think we're at a point where Mod North and the rest of the normal players and for the health and recovery of the game, we need to not shoehorn in random unnecessary gay lore. It's fine if people like want to be gay, if they want to have their if they want a gay character, sure. We've got like 4 of them in game now. I think that's enough. We don't need one at like every fucking cranny. So that was really the one thing that was disappointing, honestly. It was unnecessary. Didn't they add something new for range bolts or something with you need it for the hedgehog, which I normally only play the PVM, so I kind of don't pay attention to everything. Yeah, understandable. I'm a huge lore fiend, so I nook and cranny everything. Read all the books, all the dialogues. For Silverhog, you get silver quills and like sanguine quills or something like that. They both are used to upgrade the Haven silver bolts. So you can make the bolts out of generic Haven silver, which you mine it over here. And then it's just the silver into bars, and then you have to do a little mini quest thing to learn how to enhance it. You get a 2-hander, dual wield swords and bolts. Then you get a +1, which brings it from level 1 to 30 for all the gear. And then +2 brings it from 30 to 60. And you get the ability to upgrade those, not just from the silver spines from the hedgehog thing, but these little, I forget what they're called. They're like blood globules or something. Let's see. It's silver glow. No, it's not even in the drop log here. Yeah, you get the silver spines and sanguine spines. This is the pet. Can you see Slayer log? I'll need to do combat achievements, honestly. Dragonstone Amulet again. So there's really nothing for in-game I need to worry about. Not currently. I would say if you haven't done the stuff yet, get in, do the quests and mini quests, look at the achievement list on the wiki, and just go through and do them. Specifically, there's one where you help this banker dude to like set up a trading route or whatever. It's kind of annoying to do, but it's needed in order to unlock the new fishing method. A lot of the stuff that's not labeled as quests basically unlock other stuff in the area, and it's seeming like the Haven silver items are going to be needed in order to fight the future enemies. We're fighting against the Sanguine, to the point where a vampire is helping us fight against it because it's just that bad. I don't know if the bolts and the Haven silver items are going to go even further tier later, but for it to go to level 60 at least, that's my assumption, is that it's going to be required. Because we're fighting the Sanguine, but we're also going to be fighting the Primordial Strigoi later, which are those big hold on, actually it's in my banner. This thing on the right here, it's like a big bat creature, basically, but I'm guessing Sunspear might work on it, but Haven Silver is most likely going to be what's required to fight this, and we're probably going to need some kind of upgrade to the Haven Silver stuff to get all the way in through Vampirium when that comes around, after the Grazi Blood Knights boss comes at the end of the area. By the way, custom-made banner, custom-made camera frame here. We gotta actually fix that. Just noticed a gap. Perfect. Guess it depends if they're tradable or not, then. No, they're not tradable. That's why I'm assuming they're going to be required. The blood things are not tradable that you get from the Silverhog. You have to get them either from Silverhog or the Sanguine Slayer creatures that drop the Vampirism gloves. Let's see. Even Treadhog. So what did they say? Sorry, my headset just randomly died. Silverhog and the Slayer creatures outside of it drop Sanguine Matter. You need 5 of them to upgrade a Haven Silver weapon to tier 1, and then another 5 or 10 to tier 2. Using the ground area instead of just yeah, that's what it seems like. Then they've kind of made it Iron Man friendly for the area. Like if you were to do an area lock thing, like you've got your glory here, you just have to get the magic level to enchant it. You get a rune chain bodies from this guy. The first 100 kills of Ivar, he drops a colossal bone, which give 400 prayer XP each, so that's 40k prayer XP just for a starter boss, basically. I haven't really seen the Silverhog's extended drop list yet. Oh yeah, and the Sanguine Matter. So you can buy and sell the anti-sanguine potions on the GE, which require Marintil Unfinished and Sanguine Matter. those, by quite a grip, reduce the damage that you take from sanguine-based attacks, which includes the silver quill and the sanguine mobs that we have access to right now. And of course, that means they're going to be very necessary for later, possibly even, you know, like a super version of it or other expansions. Let's see. Also, fun note, but the Haven Silver items are made and enhanced with blood, like the player's blood. I think it said, or something like that. It also hits really hard. Even though the Greatsword was level 1, it was hitting roughly 50% of the damage of my easy kit against the Silver Hog. So I actually really want to get the tier 1 and tier 2 done, just to see if it is going to follow that same flow and end up being like way stronger as like a sanguine creature bane weapon. It doesn't really say that on the wiki or anything, but a lot of stuff is kind of left blank for now. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of camping the Quill and the Slayer creatures. Haven Silver, the bars I think were purchasable from other players, but the ore itself I don't think was. Let me check on that yet. The bars are tradable, the ores are not. For sure. Okay. Just level 1 smithing and partial completion of the Hearts of Sanguine. What else was there? If you need to skill, especially farming, wood cutting, you can plant 3 eternal magic trees right here, and you've got a tree spot and a fruit tree spot all right next to each other. It's pretty damn good.
Too slow.
I'm over here getting my cheeks clamped. You just drop the pet so I can go kill this the hedgehog instead. It's at least mechanically enjoyable because there's something that I have to do. Really not that bad. It's a lot of running around. The issue really is that you don't start out with a teleport, so you have to do the initial quest enough that you get the lodestone. Once you get the lodestone, you can carry around a portable fairy ring and BKS to the fairy ring here. So that whole bottom side of the island, you can get around a lot faster with that. And then there's also
You're out of here.
damn. So I should just let's see. Yeah, okay. Back to what I was trying to say. So there's transports. This one here, right here by the what is it? The pub, and then I forget where the other one was. Up here. You can build boats at these 3 spots to get around from here by the lodestone. So that helps a little bit. So far, there's nothing to help with getting in the northern parts of the map. It's basically just one big mountain, and you have to run and surge up it. Yeah, like from here, you would run up this path, and then you can either go to the left, talk to this lady, there's a little beacon you can light here with a quest thing, or go up here with the quest thing, you unlock the cavern to the Haven Silver. These hunter spots are the ones that give the new, it's like butterflies that give you charms for summoning. There's raw giant crayfish here, and then there's a lady named Raz or something that you speak to for a quest, and she's got a chest that's a lot like say like the crystal key chest. But it's like very generic beginner loot. From what I've seen, there's nothing special or collectible in there. It's just a surge of extra semi-free loot. You get oaken keys by skilling in the Wendell Lake area. Yeah, what's this? Yeah, but from this transport point, you can run up here, come straight to Ivar, where you can, you know, go through the boss portal, and then this dungeon is where all the like new big game hunter stuff is. And there's quite a lot going on in the big game hunter area. There's also a weird shop in here that I can only think would be niche and useful for Iron Men. It's got anywhere from like 1 to 10 of every bone up to dragon that you can buy daily. Actually, I'm gonna run out here real quick and check it. Oh, let me get one more kill and then I'll go do that. Just look at this, put these on. Ooh. Okay. Pop up, buddy. There we go. That's how you handle a boss, right? Yeah, well, I don't think it's like it's nothing that you would really go far out of your way for. It's just an option that's here. Like, you're obviously better off actually killing dragons. Or something else. Especially with the new Bone Crusher Maul, you know, if you didn't have a Bone Crusher from Daemonheim. Odds here sell some really weird stuff. I don't know what's up with the shop, but it's definitely a weird one. Bone Trader guy. 10 regular bones, 10 big bones, 1 burnt bone, 9 rat bones, 16 wolf bones, and 1 dragon bone, and they're all 1 gold each. So it's like, it's definitely some like free stockpile bones, but also there's like no bank chest in here or anything that I know of. There might be because of the hunter stuff, but I haven't actually done the hunter stuff just yet. This guy's just generic hunter items. Meat trader is actually pretty good because normally you'd have to do, what is it, the quest for Uglog and the ogres and all that to unlock a shop like this, and you just got it for free here. Prices are pretty good. And fur trader's mostly useless. You just absolute garbage. Yeah. Reasonable. The only reason to actually come here outside of that stuff would be the new big game hunter stuff. And as far as I know so far, you just get Apex hides from these dudes, and it is good hunter XP, but the Apex hides are used to make the new tier whatever 92, I think, tank armor that leads up to masterwork range. I'm not gonna fuck with it because I couldn't really be asked to care. That's not yours. Proven catch-up test. Then I let you use. Okay, yeah. So you have to earn your right here. Yeah. Yeah, don't blame me. I came back after, like all the. What am I trying to say here? The Elder God Wars stuff came out like after Anachronia. Like I came back to the game like a good couple months after all that stuff had kind of like reached its climax, and then right before Necromancy came out, and I've still been on and off since then, but I don't know, I can't be asked to skill. Like all of my stats are from like way back in the day when I skilled way too much. Yeah. Yeah, don't blame you. I got my max cape stats basically, and then the rest came from like evenly lamping stuff over the years. Nice. Definitely do not have 200 mil in magic. I'm sure I could, I really haven't played a lot of RuneScape in a long time. Yeah. I got my divination and got my 200 mil invention. I came back and did archaeology after. I just kind of do exactly enough to maximize, you know, whatever I need, like DPS, perks. Like archaeology obviously has a lot of really good stuff, like getting your adrenaline back constantly or having a built-in Daruk set effect. But I couldn't be asked to like sit there and do, you know, 120 crafting, 120 wood cutting, etc. without actually needing a reason to level up to that point. Like there's no, I don't know, there's just not enough of a benefit to do those things. Like I kind of want to get the Blessed Flask made, but that's a lot of effort for just prayer points. Oh yeah, you definitely want to get those. In particular, very good. Just get a Grace of the Elves and AFK while you're like working or studying or sleeping or something. Taking a shit here, man. It's a good time to do some archaeology. Yeah, I don't know. I liked archaeology because of the lore. Like each place you go to, you learn more about the game world, the gods, all that stuff. A bunch of my content creator buddies are like big lore hounds. I kind of got fed up with bossing because back before boss logs came out, I did like 26k Grardor and I never once saw a Bandos piece in my name that wasn't boots or the shield. And then Corp, I think I did like 8k kills or something and never saw like an Ellie or a Divine or anything back when it was worth something. So, I don't know. I just have terrible luck. I don't know. I think it is worth it. It adds a lot of leeway. It adds a lot of playroom. But teach their own. If you enjoy playing without it, do it. I've always been like a comp cape style gamer, and I enjoy the journey of completing it. Even though you can't really complete RuneScape, it's just kind of an impossible task. Nope, I was 4-manning it. I just had straight shit luck. I'd go in, do like, 30, 40 kills at a time with a bunch of buddies, and then I'd leave, and they'd get a drop after I left. Yeah, no, the only mass I've ever done was like was it Vindicta? And that was just to mess around. A bunch of buddies wanted me to do some boss guild related stuff. killed way too many tormented demons. I'm still trying to remember how like most of the game's interfaces even work. It's been a long time. I don't have many Vinny kills. So just 2 for this. Funny to me to be at 100 Jad kills when back in the day I would be scared to do just one. Need to go fight the Dreadhog soon. I really want this pet. Come on. I saw someone earlier at like 1,089 kills get it. Most of my buddies got the pet at like 100 to 200. Yeah, I think I left right around the time that all the elite dungeons were starting to come out. Just didn't have the time to play. That's right, I gotta do a Raksha kill for Reaper crew. Yeah. Yeah, my buddy Runeslayer uses Raksha as like a DPS test dummy to like see how much he's grown. I need to try that. There's a lot that I need to catch up on and redo. I'm gonna start getting green logs done. I'm very close to Krill. Just need Garb of Subjugation and then that'll be logged. Kree, I've got a lot to go. I don't know how I haven't gone Arma Buckler. That's the trash drop that nobody asked for kind of thing, you know? KBD is another one like this where you don't really want to camp it out, but it's technically a really easy log. Oh, I was gonna say I did 0 Carapac. I thought I did on this one, but I did 25 cards for the Pride Slayer right before or right after Beats. It was fun. Closing in on 200. Give me your loincloth. What a strange thing to say. Bring a bunch of bones here. Actually, how many kills was that for Ivar? 188. Yeah. I was hoping I could end it at like 169. Nice. Yeah. Damn it. You hear that noise and you always think it's something special, but nah. It's 10:42 p.m. here on the East Coast in USA. Longbow. That's a first from this. But once I got this done, I am moving on to the Silver Hog. I don't want to leave until I've got the boss log. I know that if I leave even once, I'll never want to come back. You know, outside of banking real quick. Oops. It's not what I want. Damn it. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, I got the other one in the Grand Exchange. I'm up to 3 malls. Wow. Put these away. I'm not using them. Put that away. I'm definitely not using it. Don't need that. Honestly, the Havenhythe switch is not necessary. Reaver ring switch is not necessary. I'll be back because I'm not eating food. I'll keep that. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. Okay. Rejoin. How great would it be to come back and immediately get the pet and just leave? It's like, oh, that's log. See you. Try something here. Yep, doesn't have enough life for it to matter. Schmergy. It's quite a name. honestly wondering what they're gonna add for the new relics too. Like with the expansion, the part 2 is this land over here, this missing chunk of land. It's supposed to be like a giant swampland with the primordial strigoi, those big fat vampire-like creatures. And then the it's like a first age dig site. They haven't explained at all what kind of relic it would be yet. We do have, what is it, like jackalope summons or something down here, which is kind of neat. I think those are level 30. Yeah, level 30. They help with summoning or something, I don't know. I haven't actually looked at it. As we've already discussed, we don't skill around here. Interact with this, rip. Oh, he's ripping. So exciting. Yeah. Having a blast here. I get that he's he's a hill giant, but like he's not big enough to reach this, so how did he even get these bones up here to look like a like a fancy little altar? Oh, so many steel arrowheads. I really want the avatar rework, but I hope that they eventually rework the armors and models of other things too. Because as it stands right now, like this looks like it would look really awesome, but there's just a lot of lost detail in the way that a lot of armor looks. Oh, let's go to quick check and already popped up. Yo, real neck strength throw, what's up? What's up, D Dizzle, brother man? How you doing? I am on probably the least enjoyable grind of my life. Second only to that one bop that I had one night after too many drinks and regretted it the next day. This is second only to that. Nope. Yeah, I got everything else. I want to see if maybe turning the light on will make it weird or less weird. The light with this webcam is kind of like yellow saturated. MF3. Yeah, it's very riveting content, man. Very riveting. We're talking peak. Just two slap his clam hammies, you know what I mean? I hope you know, because I don't know what I mean. Alright, we're just We're gonna go for the big combo here. All right. I think it actually just straight up slowed me down to charge at him. I probably could have just one shot with the overpower. Yeah, a little over 200 kills. The drop log is very, very small. He only drops Colossal Bones for the first 100 kills, so it's 40k prayer XP. The Magic Skull Mask and the Bone Crusher Maul aren't selling for anything. So far they're not free to play, but free to play is the only place that they'd actually see any realistic use. So it's kind of like, good job, Jagex. I don't know what you were going for, but you didn't land it with that one. But I guess they're in talks about making it free to play. Wow, Magic Skull Mask. Wow, I'm so happy. So happy. I love it. It's a good time. What are you up to, buddy? How goes the night? Yes, shitting punch. Just kidding. Choose. This death animation takes forever. Might try Darrows again, really want to finish Darrows. What on your OSRS Iron Man? Because that would be pretty fun. If you got the, what is it, the combat achievements thing for it to teleport in, that makes it a lot more enjoyable. Popping like a pimple. Yeah, the Portafor guards is also so good for certain time trials. Yes, yeah, true. What is it with the Necklace of the Damned or whatever? It's, I think it gets a reflective property or something. I don't know if that's actually worth using or not, but I definitely like Daruk so far. My stats are only in the 70s on OSRS, but it's nice seeing the, like, 40s again. It'll be very easy to get into the 50s once I start pushing strength again, and I gotta go get my fire cape soon now that I got 80 range. But I was hoping I could get the boss log for this by like midday, and then move on to the hedgehog and then get the log for that, because they only have they only got so much to them. 3 drops a piece, including pet, basically. Yeah. The excitement grows. Such a wonderful time. I am gonna destroy my stomach, to be honest. I have a full container of V8. The only option for V8 is to just get wrecked, nerd, you know? This stuff is wonderful but awful at the same time. Get dead? That really didn't do much damage and I had no adrenaline. Okay. Wasting ticks here. Didn't even have my prayer on. What a kill that would be to get the pet on, right? Okay, I'm definitely not liking the light. The oversaturation is like 10x. Dark and mysterious is the way to go. Yeah, thanks. The 80 range didn't take too long. There's like 13k adamant darts. Like Adamant Darts with the Rosewood Blowpipe absolutely cranked out the games. I was getting like, it was 55k all the way up to like 72k range XP an hour, depending on how active I was and if I was using the specs or not. Divine Ranging Potion definitely helps. But it's gonna be really nice to move on, start getting some skills, get the rest of the quests out of the way, and then, I don't know. But RuneScape feels like it only really starts after you start getting past the tier 70 gear and into tier 80s. Yeah, the new bow pipe is very good. It adds extra accuracy, extra range strength. The spec is like a 25%er that deals extra damage at reduced accuracy, I believe. But it's pretty hard. I was constantly out DPSing people, and I'm like not that stacked up in gear or anything, you know? So I put a DPS tracker on it, and it got up to like 840,000 damage or something crazy over the course of a couple hours. This just keeps getting more and more exciting, I tell you. Best content in the game. I don't know if Jesse's actually going to end up streaming or not. I know he said he's busy with the family, but... My wife is on and off messaging me. She's headed off to work. Doesn't feel right, man. She works all the time. Like, she'll work, 7 days a week. Doesn't take a day off other than maybe once or twice a month. And that's like rare. Meanwhile, I can't even find a job locally that lets me work more than 40 hours right now. Get the rare occasional like X person called out where you fill in for them, but I almost missed those jobs where I'd work like 60, 70, 80 hours a week, come home with some fat checks. Oh, you get a car payment? Yeah, no, that car payment's covered. Not a problem. I had a really nice gold Impala for a while. I was just decking it out, neon lights, better radio, any little thing I could think of or find on a local market. Just... that was almost one tick. Let's check it again from here. It still says it's 12 seconds. It's like the kill timer thing's been broken for a while. Wow. Those IRL games. Yes, sir. I need more of that. Arena is now expired. Wonderful. Let me see if let me see if either the mask or the mall will sell. $68K for the mask, $58K for the mall. Alright. Yeah, I suppose that's reasonable. There is organic parts and highest components. That'd be a good boss for me to get some strength XP at. For Ivar? Yeah. A little bit. It's not a... It's very, very, very low effort, to be honest. And if you get an Iron Man on RS3, then it's incredibly good. Just... Yeah. It's got some, very easy to get stuff. Rune chain body for an area lock. I'm really thinking about it. I really want to do an area locked account here. But I also really want to play OSRS more. But I also really have been looking forward to Havenhythe. I need to just clone myself and play both games at once on the same profile. That's the real problem. Jagex needs to let us multi-log the same profile. What am I looking for? My brain's always jerking around.
Don't kill the funny man.
Otherwise, you could be jumps from probably 99 range. True. I don't know if I would go for 99 range, to be honest. I'm kind of... I only got 80 to... Did I just... Okay. Accidentally barricade? Yeah, 80 was my goal. I might go for 85 while at work just to be able to equip a T-bow if, you know, if on the off chance I were to get it. You still mean you're gonna play with... Oh yeah, absolutely. I am absolutely playing all of the limited time events unless it meshes up that, like, let's say Havenhythe Part 2 came out and then there was another league. I'd be playing Havenhythe Part 2. But outside of, you know, those one-off scenarios, definitely gonna be playing all the leagues. Leagues is, I don't know, it's really fun. I really liked Gridmasters, so, and that now that I know more about OSRS and I'm more comfortable with the new regions, even though I haven't actually deep dived them yet, it'll be fun starting out anywhere other than Mistalin. And I don't know, like you kind of have to take. Is it Asgarnia? That's God Wars dungeon. I think it is. Yeah, I kind of want that. You know, I wanna do next. Get the Torva. Test out whatever the new relics are. Definitely do some raids since you can get all the mega rares in all the different raids. You know, it'll be easy to do some more Tob. Cox, I gotta learn how to do the puzzle rooms, like especially the gem crabs or whatever they are. Tombs of Amasket just really seems annoying, specifically the baboon room. And I gotta learn Aka or whatever, the whichever one is the like phalanx style dude. Mr. Spear and Shield. Yeah, no, I gotta get the stats for it still. I don't have the skilling stats for the quest. My skilling stats are still very, very subpar. It's so weird to me, bro. I go nuts with bolts and I'm still at full adrenaline. I need more coffee. It's 2k XP for that kill. $227. You know, it would be great if they swapped roles, right? If they made the Vestments of Havoc the tier 92 melee armor and make Malevolent the tier 95. Or let you combine the two and then make a tier 100 out of it or something. we go. No PP. There's a learn button for this boss. Recommended combat level 40. Okay. What about silver quill? Recommended combat level 50. Alright. Heaven KE6 unlocked final boss title. Get a better seating situation here. Oh jeez, that is bright. Mistakes were made. That kind of looks good though. This boss is so boring, I'm fucking with skyboxes. Oh man. I mean, the Menaphos Desert one kind of looking okay a little bit. It's a very dark sky, purple horizon. Eclipse is atrocious. This is some next level fog. Goshima's like depressingly foggy. Kind of like the way it makes the armor look though. Pet, please. Pet, please. Can I have the pet? Please. There we go. It's got to be the fastest possible kill I can do, right? Why is it? It's like it's bugged. Ooh, Nightstone kind of look good though. I might do that one. Daystone is boring. Bloodstone, is this the awful? Oh god. Oh wait, ooh, Okay, there's mountains in that there horizon. Poor hill giants just getting bullied. Okay, massive mountains. Very Carpathian, yes. Massive mountains all around, but isn't the ocean in that direction or something? Whatever. Shattered world. Shattered Worlds one's a little bit too much. It's just a lot of activity going on in that sky there, you know. Alright, this is what it would look like if this place were closer to the rest of Mauritania. I don't quite like it. Day of the Dead, maybe? That's fucking atrocious. That is a terrible ice skin. God, that looks bad. Bro was so down and out of it, he didn't even get to animate as though he was going to do anything. Okay. Aurora almost looks good. Makes this place look extra happy. Very, very Christmassy. What do we need for this one? Mascot. I mean, if you could just have this, this like color overlay for everything, like the lighting, but not have the giant eye in the sky, I think would be perfect. Because everything does look pretty good. On the ground, at least. Yeah. I'm gonna do Nightstone, and I'm just gonna keep that this though. I like that. That's gonna be crazy work trying to walk towards that, but like, what was that noise? Back over, no, don't. That's weird, it just made some weird noise, that's all. What's going on, man? Howdy do, howdy do. I am trying this guy at 549 kills. Over twice my kill count. That's not something to look forward to. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the boss pet so I can finish log and then go do silver hog for a log. But this boss is so damn boring. And it says I'm at 12 second kill time on it, but it's not updating, and I've definitely killed it faster than 12 seconds. Like, I killed it in a single overpower. Even with its like fall down animation, it'd be maybe 5-6 seconds flat or something. Just silly little thing. Oh, absolutely agreed. I'd be super down for like a hard mode where, like, let's say this guy has like other hill giants come into play, or you know, maybe throw some of those big game hunter creatures at you. The like giant disease kebbit or the volatile Chinchampa. Maybe you gotta dodge those. I don't know. Even just more health and like faster mechanics would be great. But yeah. I'm just sitting here aura farming, don't mind me. It's it got boring enough killing this that I started like messing with the skyboxes, just trying to find something that looked real good. Or instead of hill giants, he summoned hillbillies. God damn it, we can't win now. They got Cletus and Jethro. Ain't no way in hell you taking on Cletus. Yes, sir. It's peak RuneScape, you know? I don't know what that explosion noise is. Maybe an aftershock? Yeah, I don't know. I'm partially tempted to do a Havenhythe locked hardcore Iron Man at some point. And like, I've just been ruminating on the, you know, the different drops and like what's available in the area. And this boss actually is pretty damn goated for it, right? He's got a rune chain body. He's got dragon amulets. It's a tier 40 bone weapon that acts as, you know, a bone crusher, but also it's actually tier 50 in its accuracy and damage. I didn't realize that until, like, when you hover over the mall, it's like, yeah, tier 50 accuracy, and then if you look at the damage, it's actually higher than a tier 40. I don't know. I just thought that was really cool. Like, there's a lot of little subtle things. Oh yeah, I know. The issue is, like, I would do it for OSRS, but let's be real, like 4,000 to 10,000 plus hours for a locked Iron Man over there. That is a lot of time I do not have. I would do it if I had the time, though. After 2 years of already making content, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. That is a lot of time to spend. For RS3, it's kind of like everything I do on this side. It's more or less just for me to like enjoy it myself in a sense, and then like share the journey if people want to join in. But oh wow, that's ominous. Do right and pay for a thumbnail. Right. Yeah, because it's, I mean, you can share so much of the journey, but like most everybody that's playing the game, like they're balls deep in it already. Like you know, if they got time to pull up a video to begin with, they're doing something they don't even want to be doing, like AFK scaling. Same way with OSRS in that regard, right? Like, but you don't really get a lot of AFK scaling. It's almost all like 4-tick method, 3-tick method, 2-tick method. Like, your inventory is full because you don't have like porters or summons, so you gotta be much more attentive with OSRS. So I imagine a lot of the people who are like gaming and watching at the same time over there are probably like just listening and not actually watching. Oh yeah. Clicky and cliche. You're either an endgame boss or douchebag with everybody's head shoved up your ass and very short with a big nose, or you have a British accent and pander. That's... Am I being too accurate here? Should I be more subtle with those answers? Yeah, no, definitely agreed with that. I find a lot of OSRS content creators kind of doing a little bit of everything, working together. I love the the like Gillinor Games projects and those sorts of things that they do over there. I know RS3 players have attempted to do it, but it's just been so lame. Like, it's less cringe to watch, like, I don't know, what is it, like Soup and Settled, Swampletics, that dude, all those, like, all the people over on the OSRS side, when they're doing something as a collab project, it's entertaining, and if there's like a dad joke, it's an entertaining dad joke. It's not like the kind of thing that makes you go like, okay, like I don't want to be in this room anymore because that joke was just so awful. Like skin crawling weird. That's the kind of jokes you get out of a lot of RS3 content creators. I am throwing shade. I don't care what anybody has to say about it, let's be real. Right. I don't even think it's just the game. It's like the content creators are just legitimately like already in that pool of cringe. You know, you can do skits in RS3 and make it work, but I don't know. It's a whole different breed. OSRS just kind of makes everything nice anyway. Like, you look at the nostalgia and the simplicity, and it's like, hey, this is an anything goes landscape. Right. Yeah. I don't even know like who all the RS3 creators are anymore. Like, I stopped watching and stopped paying attention to them for the most part. Like, I'll watch I don't even know who the dude was. One of the like desert locked Iron Men the other day, like a full 12-hour video followed up with like another 6-hour video. I watched the hell out of that. Watched like a, I don't know, like a 5-minute Pro Talks video. I'm watching that at like 3.5 times speed. Like, I want the information and to just get out of there. You know, feels like he talks at a pace that's like made for very... I've never ever watched his shit. No. Bruh. He talks like was it like inbred preschoolers, you know, like rainbow crayon eaters. You know, I've outside of the clips in the Discord, I've actually never seen the guy's channel, heard him speak or anything. I mean, you can DM me real quick. Oh yeah, bro. After I found Ruben here in the game and like found the book and all that, I was saying it outright. I was just like, F-bomb, 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 F-bomb. Like, I don't even care. You know, it's just, he shouldn't put it in the game. It shouldn't be in a lore book. There's, what is it? We got this whole village here. There's probably anywhere from 1 to 3 NPCs per house, and then there's like 6 NPCs here and like another 8 spread across here. And out of all those NPCs, the only person other than Celine that gets a lore book is a faggot. Yeah, no. No. That's not gonna fly. I don't care if it gets me banned anymore. It's just not gonna fly. I'm not for it. I'm not with it. Don't support it. She's an Are you talking about the the lady who gives you the prayers? The one that's like dressed up like a Zamarakian cultist, basically? Okay. I'm surprised I remembered that. Yeah, I actually haven't read the journal pages yet. There's something that you have to do to unlock the ability to read them, and there was no context behind that. Attempting to read it just said, like, I don't think I should be reading these. But I haven't gone back and tried to grab them yet. Or again. I should check that, because it's one of the things that I think I got all the lore pages. I try to be thorough about that, but there might be one, you know, one unturned stone somewhere that I just haven't checked. Also, I still need to do the WizKid quest, but I decided I'd come get this log first, you know? I figured it'd be real fast, but Ivar, where are we at? Went from 255 to 272 in the time we've been talking just because the spawn's so slow. Man. I think I'm getting sick and I hate it. Runny nose is probably one of the stupidest things for the human body to do. Are you still playing Crimson Desert? I don't know what I'm doing. Side note, I don't know if you did all the like mini quests and achievements and all that stuff in the area, but there's a for the Haven silver weapon that you make with the whatever that one quest was to fight the like silver hog thing. There's another part to it after where you go find a key and then go to this waterfall here, unlock a chest, get schematics to be able to upgrade to higher tier versions of it, and find out that the weapons are made with blood as like an enhancement agent to it, so that it stays stronger despite being thinner. But, you know, I don't know the math behind it, but I'm hoping that they carry that over into like the rest of the Havenhythe stuff, like as something that we're gonna have to do, right? Like it goes from level 1 to level 30 to level 60 for the plus values, and then, you know, they have a lot of opportunity to make that into other evolving weapons. Maybe the Sun Spear at some point can be upgraded with Haven Silver, and you know, these blood tumor looking things, right? Yeah. And they did mention this when came out, but we have the Font of Souls, right? They did say there would be other ones, like a blood font, for instance. And then maybe eventually we'll get a Shadow Font of Souls, or a Bone Font, for instance. A lot of stuff they can do with it, but I need to look at the timeline. I know that part 2 of this isn't too far out from the initial release, right? Oh, hold on, click that.
RS3 roadmap. History. Okay, we got player avatar refresh coming soon. Skilling auras removal. Combat auras removed. Pretty sure that's already happened. Mastered content update. Dungeoneering. The update's supposed to be in spring. That'll be nice. Regrounding items, regrounding overrides. I definitely look forward to that. Having a bunch of the like awful looking overrides fixed and just making it actually be more natural to the game world. Please. April, removal of loyalty points from loyalty member program. Cosmetic rewards will be relocated to the monthly market. Drop cycles. Why yes. May is a double XP event. I don't know why they even bother with double XPs at this point. As a consequence of Lumbridge crater removal, the beach will be replaced by an event taking place in the Sunlight Shores. Where is that? Okay, it's gonna be like a holiday quest portal type thing. Yeah. It says summer. Havenhythe dig site, new mysteries, relics, and artifacts featuring first stage. 120 construction update, grand exchange improvements, and balancing update for mid-game. All of that's coming over summer. So that could be any time between, what, May/June all the way up to the end of August. May, June, July. Yeah, it's like a 4 or 5 months time span, something like that. I will be patient. I'll do my best, you know. I want it now. I'll do my best. Yeah, this is very riveting content. I mean, if you're here fighting the boss as someone who's locked to the area, or as an early game Iron Man, or maybe even as a free-to-play, it's a pretty good boss. Definitely not the kind of place to be for an endgamer. Give us the hard mode. Let the pet be acquired faster so we can GTFO. What else? We got Autumn is bringing Leagues 2, another quest, Road to Restoration, game update, social improvements, balancing update for the endgame, player avatar refresh part 2, and a remastered content update part 2. And then winter is where the bulk of the rest of Havenhythe is coming in. Havenhythe Part 2, Rossi Blood Knights. Alright. Well, we're gonna stand the test of time, and then when winter rolls around again, we're gonna go hard on that new stuff. And until then, I mean, I'm gonna get these 2 boss logs, and then just go right back to OSRS for now. Might do the like locked hardcore Iron Man thing on the side and just have like a, you know, like a little snippet thing where I'll like AFK the game, other than like, hey, I found this cool thing, this useful item is in this place, or this whatever, or this grind gave me this thing. But you know, for the most part, that kind of content you can literally just not explain or show most of it, and then just be like, this one thing stood out, wow. Or this grind really busted my balls. I grew 10 feet that year. New vampire themed city, Shurukba.
That's when things are really going to get exciting. The mid to late winter, the API plugin support. Like, starting any new account, Ironman, regular account, group Ironman, hardcore, whatever, having, like, RuneLight style plugins to just trivialize a lot of the really annoying stuff in the game. Holy s- Menu entry swapper would be huge. Actually, yeah, super huge. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, how was Crimson Desert actually running for you? I know a lot of people who are going to log on to Quest. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, to be honest, I actually thoroughly love questing in this game, mostly for the lore, but there are some quests where it's like, it'd be nice to be able to like redo, what is it, like Fate of the Gods, for instance, or, you know, some of those like core quests where, like, if you could just do it on repeat, even if it only gave like the generic combat XP or something, but you just get to relive the moments, I think that'd be really nice. Yeah. Like, let me refight Saren. I want to run it back. Like, the exploding Elder God orbs, that shit hurt. That did way too much damage, and it was way too hard to dodge it. I mean, obviously we made it through the skill, but or the battle, but damn, that was rough. I got my cheeks clapped like 4 or 5 times before I finally got the rhythm down. Going to 3060, I could run on Ultra, but now it's so nice I can record, but to be honest, I'm too tired to play. Oh yeah, understandable. I just wanted to, really to see, like, how well it was actually doing for you, and then I haven't actually really watched anyone play it other than Asmon briefly, like, discovering one of the, like, what is it, the, like, wheel, ability type things. Like, he just didn't know that he had it available on a weapon or something. To be honest, in hindsight, that quest was slop. Like, at the time, it was epic and Carapac was cool, but that quest killed the lore, to be honest. So Extinction had a complete overhaul right before its release. Yeah. Yeah, no, it felt really cool doing, what was it, like, Azanadra's quest, like, all the build-up to, you know, Extinction. But it definitely felt, like, giga rushed towards the end of it, like they just didn't know how to end it, or maybe they didn't have the time restraints or budgets or something, but it really felt wrong at the end. Like, it could have gone any number of other ways and been 1,000 times better. They kind of missed the mark on that one. Yeah. And while I'm glad that the Wilderness Flash events are gone, I kind of did like doing the sleuth work with Trinding for I don't even remember what they're called, but the quests leading up to brain derping Moya and whatever Sarah Doman's daughter's name is. Like, I'll give those quests the pass. Like, it felt like a DEI experience, but it's two, like, relatively normal looking female characters, so, okay, that's at least not all the other garbage. But the like sleuthing process and like re-going through the Zamarakian Undercity, I don't know, there was just something fun about that to me. Like, it was it felt almost like it was just a lazy way for them to get to re-show off the environments that they spent so much time on. and I just kind of liked that aspect. Like it was more go through, enjoy what you're looking at. Like there's no threat this time around. Like, you know, peek the bloodstains, peek the pentagrams. Like look at all the little bits and baubles kicking around. Let's see here. I just scrolled way out of the way. Buttons playable. Mod Raven quit during the production? That makes a lot of sense and is very unfortunate. Yeah, Saren's the whole attitude towards the end of that didn't make any sense at all. Like it was very entirely against her character. Like the whole time she had the same mindset of being just like Guthix in a sense beforehand. Like, don't let the gods intervene. Like, don't overpower, don't overrule. Let the mortals make their own decisions. You know, she was the antithesis of Zaros in that she didn't want to build an empire or be a center point of power or the power struggle. What's the thing whispering to Zaros? Ooh. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see. Modshriek took over and ruined it. With my ass off, it would have made sense for her to be evil if there was like foreshadowing, but she basically got mad immediately and tried to kill everyone. Yeah, it was I don't know. It just didn't really make sense. Did the name really change? What? Hold on, this Chrono Square dude's saying I have to change the boss to solo, but it should be on solo. I mean, I guess I'll check to see if I got overloads. Which mods do complete control of requests? Absolutely. Mods too. Got 120 cooking IRL because man is on that quest grind. He's cooking. Another one of these. I don't know how long I'm actually gonna have to be here. This boss is very slow. Also, they need to change the faded portal. It's still showing Flesh Hatcher. Private encounter. Okay, it was set to max players 10. Yeah. Start. Where'd my skybox go? Juggets? Fleshlighter, that's right. Made a whole song about that. There we go, okay. Okay. 12-second, 12, okay, yeah, it counts the entire time it takes him to fall to get a kill timer. Let's see. Who was it that wrote, like, the original, While Guthix Sleeps? And, like, the Majorat questlines in general, like, who started all of that business? Because that's the mod, like, I need to shake the hand of the most, you know? Gowers. Okay. Gotta go play Brighter Shores then. I've been tempted to play that, but it just looks too static. I don't know, like it looks more stiff than like even classic RS did for me. Like something felt off about it. But I haven't really looked at it since launch, so it might be worthwhile to go take a peek. It's like Lumbridge the game, yeah, basically. There we go. No, yeah, briefly located for what's this? After picture of the game, too many fucking notes. What? The trailer for our new game, Too Many Fucking Nazis, is live now. Check it out. Wishlist over on Steam. Have you have you looked at the comments on this? Man, this is rough. Why are you eating shit? It makes chuds like you mad. I don't think mad's the description. Oh, there's 300 kills. Bro, X is a mad place. Like mad as in like psychotic. These people they're on it. Whatever it is, they're on it. Thank God, right? Absolutely. Honestly, I don't even want to know like how bad everything would be right now if that didn't happen. Oh man, like 4 comments down in this like POV, you're a troon entering a church and or elementary school. The friggin' trans flag gun, like bro, this is nuts. I'm having a moment over here, basically like silent, but I don't know, it's just interesting. Interesting to see how messed up this shit be. Massive regeneration. You dropped the Talmud. Oh man. The Sam Hyde post, obligatory. You know what's funny is like alright, I'm gonna say what I've been most ashamed to say, but I used to kind of be a simp just a little bit, you know? Like I was always confident enough to talk to people, like that was never an issue, and I was never really like, oh, I can't get girls. I was never you know, incel behavior. But I definitely had women pedestalized, and obviously that was the wrong thing to do. But it was my little brother that red pilled me. Like he put me onto like Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate and a bunch of other stuff, and I just started watching and I was like, God damn, why does all of this make sense? And like, I don't know, just watching different episodes, different lessons, and I was like, I've lived this, I've lived that, I've lived this, I've lived that, I've seen that behavior here, I've seen that behavior here, I've lived that, you know, it just reached a point where it's like, okay, this is this is clearly the way it is, not even questionable. These things manufacture consent to kill people who don't agree with them, right? Your respect is good, but bowing down and neglecting yourself is so hurtful, yeah. Yeah, you know, absolutely. I don't know. I forget who was the one who said it, but it was like, you can either respect women or you can understand them, but you cannot do both. Because the second you understand them, there's zero respect left to be had. But this statement primarily goes for the like modern women that are out in the streets, you know, the people that are single, you know, girls trip behavior types, not someone who's like actually done their role correctly, is, you know, actively is a mother or trying to be a mother, you know, trying to be a wife, not the street meats. Women with fathers can be respected. As a general statement, yes, but also I've met some women with fathers, and the fathers were, in some cases, part of the reason why they were a little bit demented in the head. My first girlfriend talked to the ghosts in the corner of the room because her dad convinced her that she was a magical fox girl, gypsy, this, that, and the other. You know, it was very just... mental health issues were abundant in that family. But we'll say that was the exception to the rule, not the rule. Women without fathers are full of hatred, absolutely. And feminists are full of hatred. Could you imagine, like, let's say we were Meninists. The absolute, like, self-hating, self-deprecating, you know, like, oh, I'm gonna think and act and do things in this manner that's against my own better interests, against my own nature. Why? You know, why? Why do? Good and protected fathers, strong fathers, some fathers are weak pussies, enabled lunacy. I would say, for sure, fathers of God or fathers with good moral integrity, good character. As a father, you have to be strong enough to teach your daughter what is right and wrong. Not only that, but you also have to be strong enough to enforce your teachings. I've seen, I've seen some fathers that were just absolute pushovers. It was like they were afraid to discipline their kids enough that you would see it almost like the same way that you would see, you know, some modern people are afraid to approach other people and start a conversation, for instance. Like they were treating their kids like their friends rather than like people that they need to teach how to survive the world. And that's, you know, you can't be like that. You gotta lay down the law. Right. Oh, they won't respect themselves either, and that's where it really gets messed up, because, man, I definitely watch way too much Fresh and Fit. Like, I'm about to say some bannable offense type stuff, but like, god damn, she's for the streets! Like how men without a father are a lot more likely to go to prison. Absolutely. A lot of, but you'll find that dudes that don't have a father will still try to find a masculine figure somewhere. Like a lot of fatherless men will join sports because a coach, you know, is the like implant for missing father, for instance. Or we, we'll tend to find ways to like better rationalize and learn the life lessons that a father would teach you, just because we don't have the choice to not learn those lessons without ending up as someone who's in jail, essentially. You know, you have to learn those disciplines. Women don't exactly have that as a guaranteed priority. These aren't natural life lessons for them. They're the hard taught ones. As a father, you have to be strong enough to teach your daughter what's right and wrong. You have respect to those weak. It's like some men without a father are a lot more likely to go to prison. It gets really bad when their mothers don't have a father. Like women with no father who raise sons raise the worst people. Absolutely. If you really deep dive it, you find that most prison statistics, like most murderers come from a motherless home. Most rapists come from fatherless home. Single mother homes. Like most psychopaths, most people with sociopathy, most people like willing to, rape, kill, murder, serial killers, drug dealers, like pretty much all of the like actual scum of the earth come from single mother homes, and a lot of them come from a certain kind of demographic, maybe a little bit darker on the skin, but they say like, oh, it's generational, it's poverty, it's where are the reparations at? But like the truth of the matter is, you can only use the excuse if it's somebody else's fault for so long before it's like, hey, maybe take some responsibility. I got some friends that came from some of the worst neighborhoods, and they just kind of woke themselves up one day and they were like, I don't want to be like, Aunt Shaniqua and Uncle Dick Darrelson or whatever. Like, gotta get out there and make the bag. Gotta get my life together. Gotta put a suit on. Some people just wake up and they're like, hey, if the behavior that I'm doing now isn't getting me where I want to go, maybe I should act like the behavior of the person who has the things or the status that I want. And that's the big wake-up call. It's because if you're not worried about a dad busting that ass, you're going to do whatever. Absolutely. Right. So, I come from a very interesting household, right? Single mother, basically. Like, let's just put that out there. Single mother, biker, carny, traveling, just very out there kind of lifestyle. My older sister, different father. My father, technically I don't know my blood father. I know his name. He's somewhere in Indiana. I guess I have siblings. My brother, different father. We don't know who he is, really. Younger sister, different father. Native American, like full blown. So she's most people don't even think we're actually siblings because she looks full blown native, and I'm white, but I have a fair amount of Micmac and Maliseet blood. But it's just kind of the way that it was. But even though that was the circumstance, like I got the like rare luck of the draw where I had an uncle who was very pro-America, very get out there, do it yourself, like go fishing, go build a fire, like learn the hard way, like let's go camping and you're gonna survive out here without the world taking care of you. And so, learned a lot of harsh lessons early on, had a lot of near-death experiences, and it was like, I started to learn like where to look to find respectable people and respectable lessons, and you almost like grow to resent the people around you when you're around people who come from consecutively fatherless homes. But I will say that my parents and grandparents weren't like that. Like they were tight-knit families. My grandparents had 4 kids, but then my great-grandmother had like 14 kids or something, like back in that era where it was like, hey, let's not just raise a village, but literally make a village from scratch. Make a village from scratch series when? Yeah, I was gonna guess you had a good grandpa, but uncle makes sense. Yeah. I honestly had quite a few good uncles. Like, I had a stand-in father figure. His name's Steve. He's the one who passed away during Thanksgiving like 2-3 years ago now. But I don't know. I had a lot of good uncles, basically. Like my uncle Robert, he was the same way. He's a RuneScape player, by the way. But he taught me, you know, like moose hunting stuff, moving heavier objects and getting piles of lumber. Like he was like, hey, like get out here, we're gonna do labor. Like you're gonna do the stuff you don't want to do, and you're gonna like it because that's just the way that it has to be. You don't get an option because you don't have tits. Unless you get really fat, you don't have tits, boy. Like let's go. Let's go out there. You're gonna sweat your ass off. We're gonna eat steak after. It's gonna be a good time. Oh man. Yeah. The grandfather, man couldn't speak. He had a stroke. I wish that he didn't, because it would have been fun to learn whatever he had to teach, you know. Grandfather on my stand-in father's side wrapped himself around a pole. A little bit too much whiskey one night. Yeah, I don't know. Had a lot of interesting experiences. I also had some good teachers at my school. I will say there were no, you know, like liberals the way that you would picture it today. Even my like 5th grade hippie teacher, dude was like, you know, a fan of Buffalo Springfield, but wasn't like a shove it in your face, like these weird things gotta go. I don't know, it's a different world back then. This guy was like, let me teach you how to make batteries, like loved the fact that science was awesome, you know. Had this one teacher named Mr. Davis. He was a good role model. Probably 450 pounds. When I say good role model, I mean like up here. Physically, this guy was a living depiction of a bowling ball, you know? Teachers are indeed fucking insane now. Yeah, but I don't know, Mr. Davis was like, he was big, but he still taught football, he still taught basketball, like he taught badminton, like he helped our gym teacher like start and do a lot of his lessons and figure out the paperwork. He taught choir for a period of time. This was like the kind of guy who you'd hear with like a very, very deep southern accent. But this guy, he'd sing and he'd be like, hallelujah. You know, he'd just like, he'd have that rasp to it that you were like, shit, that's good on the ears, man. Like, don't stop singing. You know what I mean? He'd be like singing Jeff Buckley and stuff. Like, all right, we got some. Was it Johnny Cash? There was this weird experience. So we went to this summer camp. Me and my brother did. It was called Camp Owaka. God, I don't want to hear that noise unless it's a friggin' pet. Sorry, another Bone Crusher mall. It's like number 6 or 7 now. Yeah, we went to this Camp Owaka. It was like very, like, Knights of Galahad level. Like, there was pictures of this one particular dude all over the place, clad in his knightly armor, and I guess he, like, founded the place somewhere along the lines. Really awesome Russian chicks as the cooks there. Like, most of the camp counselors were really based, even by, you know, back then standards. But then there was this one camp counselor that was like modern day liberal, like woke up, dude was at the foot of my brother's bed just staring at him, like literally, like, you know, leaning on the edge of his bed, like, you know what I mean? You know how skin crawling creepy that is, you know? We noped the fuck out of there as quickly as possible. That was uncomfortable. We were a wee bit too young to you know, to bring it to the old fisticuffs enough to make it mean anything. Right? I mean, heck, I'm pretty sure I had a gay teacher back in the day, and even that dude was actually kind of chill. It was never like, here, let me tell you about me and my you know, butt munching exploits. It was like, you know, have you? I've been to Italy. Come check out Italy sometimes. They put raisins in the spaghetti, but it's delicious. I promise. You know, it's like, all right, you know, that's something to have a conversation to a kid about, right? Like, let me tell you about the Roman warriors and the gladiators. It's wonderful. Now I'm getting into like half Middle Eastern accent, you know. El Jibabi, let me sell you wares. I have for you a lamp. Only 450 XP for construction. You like? You can tell my brain's cooked at this point because I've been doing this for almost 3 hours now, and it's just... It's not that fun. This is probably the least engaging boss content. But I want Ivar's son. Ivar's son. Yeah. Examine? What can I share? I have yet to obtain. I see. Average Democrat, LMAO. It's funny because you was a real max strength. It's Danny, right? I hope you don't mind me saying that out loud. I can avoid it if you want, but yeah. You're on Twitch and then Runeslayer's on YouTube, so seeing the two chats, I don't know, it's fine. You know, that's what I'm missing. Where bam. Okay. Yo. Ooh. Alright. Dragonstone Amulet. I'm not dead named. Pride Slayer, Rune Slayer, Jesse. What are your other nicknames? You got like Roman in the Ring or something? You got the what is it called? The like salad or something like that? The like Roman style boxers that you had in the that one fight picture, or is it Tacit's? I'll switch to being on, but I want to use Pride Slayer for my MMA channel eventually. Again, Pride Slayer's in Tacit's. Okay, yeah. I don't know. Those are dope. Like design wise, I feel like that's got to be one of the coolest things ever, like in all of history, right? Like it looks dope. It's very good for mobility, right? Like you're obviously able to move around with that. Maybe not if you got like bronze sheets going down or something, but I'm pretty sure they just made them out of. Sorry, they just made them out of leather. But this caught me off guard, Miss Leonard. Like, how'd bro land that name? Hardcore Iron Man, 200 million in dungeoneering. Names are very expensive and hard to snipe on this game. The second any news post is like, hey, there's this new land with these new characters, they get sniped. Oh yeah, it can't just be me, right? Like it was very, very lackluster to go bop Raziel, right? Like you just spend all this time skilling, you do the quests, he's sitting there shit talking you non-stop, and then you just go in and casually bop him and he's like, oh, well, I guess that's it. I'm dead now, haha, prepare for what's to come. Yeah. Yeah, I bet. Like, even if you have to, like, change the spelling, add spaces, do anything special with it, it's like, it is hard to snipe names. Kill him in 3 minutes and it turns into a big head. He was a big head from the beginning, that's the secret, right? He pulled a Wizard of Oz on us, but in reverse. He wasn't the small man behind the curtain, he was just a big head. What Ryan said his cathedral was meant to be an elite dungeon with a whole... Bro, that would have been so much better. I had fun getting up there for the first time, and I went into free cam and maneuvered around. Like there's a lot of little tidbits to see. Can I please get that pet now? If you go into free cam up here with this like Dragonkin Ruins Tower thing, there's a little bit like beyond this. There's like spider webs and whatnot. You can get as far up as to where the like head of this lake is, but it's very dead content. Mod Ryan said his cathedral was meant to be an elite dungeon. I blame Mod Jack, to be honest. Real max strength. Heh? What are you hecking at, buddy? Pal guy? Yeah, that's something else I need to do. I gotta go back into Twitch and lower the amount of points required to start doing exercise. Come here. Okay. Thanks for the subscription, Pride Slayer 77. Much appreciated. Fancy meeting you here, buddy. Yeah, I'm on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. I have no followers on Kick yet, though. There was one random person who came in and started talking about something the other day, but so far Kick's just got like no traction. But I'm okay with that. I would stream on X, but you have to have premium first. I'm gonna do this for both arms, and then I'm not gonna be able to touch the mouse. Actually, I don't know if you have any advice on this, but last time I did like a big workout session with one of my buddies, I was like way too out of shape for sure. I made it through the session. It was a blast. Felt great, but after, when I went to sleep, right, my arm was like this. Like I could not uncurl it. And like trying to get it uncurled, I'd have to like massage it for like 20, 30 plus minutes at a time. Like it was just very, I don't know, like did I overexert myself or what's going on with that? I try to avoid it, but sometimes I'll sleep on my stomach, like rarely. I was in Arizona at the time, so it was hot as hell. I don't think I could have slept on my stomach, honestly. I would have suffocated from heat. That is possible. I was downing, like I said, like a gallon plus of water a day while doing the security job, but it felt like I couldn't drink fast enough to keep up with how much I needed to drink. Like I was sweating absolute buckets day in, day out. Alright. Next time I'll try to get some electrolytes. I think that would have been the right play. Yeah, I gotta lose probably 30, 40 pounds. Get at least a little bit of a shred going on. I don't want to like go to my fiance, get our wedding going and then like have the kind of pictures where I'm like, oh yeah, I go to show my kids and they're like, Dad, why are you so fat and ugly? I don't know. Dad was a slob, just played too many video games and didn't prioritize the right stuff. Why is Mom so hot? Because she's better than me. At least when it comes to physical exercise and not eating like a cow. Maybe if I just take the prayer dose, right, and then I'll pre-queue that. I like how it says I have 6 viewers now, but it's just like 2 different platforms. Okay. It takes him way too long to wind up that first hit. Bro's out here sniping my loincloth. Rude. That's my loincloth. What a thing to say, right? Actually, what is it, Danny, are you still doing Barrows? Or did you end up doing Barrows? I don't know if... It's always weird with online names, right? Like, you got nicknames that you eventually give people. I have Ping Bone Blessing right now. Bone Blessing. Is that, what is that? The like font or whatever on top of the that like one temple in Varlamore, or is that something else? Varlamore thing. Okay. With the Wyans. That looks like really good XP. I gotta learn how to go about doing that. I think it came out to be a lot cheaper than running bones to altars. Come on. Maybe I'll do that, right? After this 26 minutes is up, I'll go take a piss, and then I'll go do Jad on my OSRS account. And then I'll come back to this after I get my fire cape. I would actually laugh at myself if I lost to Jad at this point in time, because I have way more experience than I should ever need, right? But it's been a long time since I've done it on OSRS, and certain things in the game, when you're not prepared for it, when you come from RS3 side, you suddenly get bopped. Like I was down to 1 HP in a dream because of a blue dragon, right? You don't think about a blue dragon as a threat in RS3. You're like, oh, this creature is taking up pixels. But like, even without an anti-fire pot, you're not really concerned about it. But OSRS got my cheeks clapped. No, I was in prison and I dropped the soap. You know what I mean? It's just how it goes, right? Is this peak or what? I'm wearing a dress shirt and a dress vest. Got my cross on, you know, because gotta represent. I'm doing exercises in Boston. I just gotta get some squats going, right? Gotta get that leg muscle. Oh man. Earth battle staff. Oh, it's so good. Maybe I just need to beat him with his own weapon. I'll just clobber him with his little bone. Clobber the giant with his little bone. Something sounds a little off about it. Good God. Alright. Okay. I mean, it's definitely weaker than a tier 95, but not terrible. He still died in a reasonable amount of time. Didn't even have prayer on. Okay. This boss is terribly boring. This is gonna hurt in the morning. I'll be honest, I've not lifted anything outside of, you know, like transporting my laptop essentially and some documents in a while. I gotta get that gym life back. After the like Twitter work incident thing, I'm almost, or X work incident thing, I'm half tempted to just start going by my real name across the internet instead, right? Like I'll keep the Am I a Hero theme and just start going by Kevin for you know, just because, you know, might as well double down, right? Like if I lose my job currently, I would just go work with like my stepdad doing painting, or get back into IT work or something. Big dumb troll. Yeah. I've done it before in the past, right? Like I got my Facebook account banned back in the day because I posted a law on a page where everybody was convinced that a certain person was doing something to break the law, and I was like I'm not even saying that this person's innocent, but the law doesn't agree with the way that you guys are attacking him. So if you want to get him put in jail, find a law that does work for the scenario. And people took it as me defending him and a whole bunch of other jazz, and somehow I ended up with like 30,000 reports on my account, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like the absolute like brain dead mosh pitting that happens with people just because they don't have critical thinking. That's why I started going by, you know, the alternate names and whatnot. I was like, all right, you know, let it happen. Like, I'm not afraid if people know my real name, but I don't want to lose my job because it's cush, right? Like I sit and play RuneScape about 7 hours a night, get paid $17.52 an hour to do it. Can't argue with that, right? But also, if I lost the job, I technically would just have to be motivated to go get another job, and I've had jobs where I made 36 plus an hour. I'm just kind of lazy when it comes to work, because I've had so many jobs where I've worked for bosses where you just don't want to be around, right? Like you get a lot of absolute garbage where it's like the work rules or the work environment, the bosses, the managers, you know, there's just always something about working for somebody else that sucks. So I definitely need to take that initiative to try to be my own boss. That's why, you know, streaming's a option for that, but you gotta get enough going, gotta get enough traction, gotta get those payouts between, you know, between ad revenue or getting subscriptions, donations, etc. And in order for all that to work out, you gotta be marketable, you gotta be funny or entertaining, gotta do like clips, you know. There's just it's multi-layered, right? There's so much stuff that goes into all of this. Maybe I should just move down south and start doing odd jobs, right? start moving furniture for people, and then work my way into like doing an under the table IT work from there. Just print business cards and be like, yeah, I moved your 6 couches, 3 mattresses, and you know, piss stained towels. Here's my business card. I'll fix your computer. The loot so that it's not covering the chat. Hello? I'm confused as to why I can't drag this. Strength, bro. Do you do like car work for other people, or do you just do it for yourself as an enthusiast? And are you any good with selling cars? I might need help putting an ad together to sell my I got a 2013 Ford Escape I'm looking to get rid of, and then get a plane ticket with the money at some point. Maybe if I put this back where it was, and then just take the chat, move it up here. Or maybe. Yeah, I think that works. I can't remember why I moved it away from that side of the screen before. There was something there. Also, thank you guys for hanging out. Like, even if you're AFK, chilling, spending time with your families, doing whatever it is that you're doing, there's just always something much better about not talking to yourself. Don't get me wrong, I'm a professional at talking to myself. Driving across the country in a car alone, especially when you don't have good radio or you don't have data to listen to YouTube and other things. Yes, going from Maine to Colorado, Colorado to California, California to Texas, Texas to Minnesota, and then Minnesota back to Maine. Good God. I found myself to be my best friend at times. It's really weird when you get in a conversation with yourself and you find you don't agree and you're like, wait, what? Why am I disagreeing with myself? Why am I playing devil's advocate with myself? Alright, I'm not crazy, I promise. Just good company. Yeah. Watching certain people play through, you know, you're like, how many times did you lose your sanity? Was it worth it? And then you look at the views they get on their videos and you're like, okay, yeah, it was kind of worth it. Like, that's a payout. What's up, bruh? Alex, dog, man, buddy, guy, pal. Meet my other friends. Guys, Magnetic _RS here is a very, very old-time friend of mine. He's a Swedish crazy bastard, but he is a good dude. He is one with Christ. A holy warrior in the battle against the absolute psychopaths of the modern era. I know, it's hard to believe, right? I have friends. No. That's actually a good joke, because I'm probably the most social person you've ever known, Alex. What's going on? What's going on? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I used to work at carnivals, conventions, banks, concerts. I've met probably tens of thousands of people at this point. Not really afraid to like blend into any crowd. I just chose a hermit lifestyle at some point because there was like less chaos. Yeah. Yeah, it's going good. I'm I don't even want to know how many kills in I am at this point. Ivar, King of Bones, 360. I'm gonna get it in 5 more kills, right? It's one year's worth of kills. Are you still trying to get your blood sanguine gauntlets? Alright. Guess historical data available. You got it? Nice. Yeah, sorry I didn't check the DM. Vampirism gloves, tier 25. Are you going to hold on to them or are you going to sell them? I have no idea what they're going for right now, but I imagine they can't be too high. But who knows? They might be giga useful. It's like 2% lifesteal saved on all damage over 1,000. Alright, man. I'll be here doing the same old fuck all. See you in a bit. Just gonna keep them. Don't care for GP anymore. I feel you. They could be useful later. Jagex could release some kind of an upgrade to make them, you know, combine them with the Cinder Bands like we were talking about, or, you know, maybe combine them with, what is it? Gloves of Passage. Maybe we could go way back and have them combine it with the pneumatics. Or, what was it, Goliath gloves from Dominion Tower? That would be interesting. I wish Goliath gloves were still good. Like, we need a cestus or a fisticuff weapon. Like, the ability to box your way to victory. I want to punch the shit out of some monsters, bro. Like, give me a Muay Thai setup. Like, let me literally, like, get in there and Izuna drop some generic human enemies. Come on, Jagex. Combine with the Black Vest to bring back the OG Kevin. Yeah. I don't have the jean vest, but I have my my dark work vest. So I'm like, all right, let me slap that on. Let me look good. Let me look good for the camera, right? Yesterday I was like basically in pajamas. I'm like, we can't do that on stream. We gotta look professional enough to, you know, pop off a little bit. Need people to come in here and be like, who's this dashing young gent? What an absolute lad he is. Bossing with one hand while doing, I don't even know what these are called, like behind the head hammer curls or something. Jesse, you know things. What are these called? Tricep extensions. That's the one. Bro lifting and AFKing the bone cooter. Yeah. Hey man. We gotta do what we gotta do, right? Okay. The burn is actually starting to get real and it's like not even in my arm. It's down in the lower part of my body. That's fun. That's W. Yeah. We take those, man. Feels good to be I mean, I'd rather like actually be getting my sweat on right now, but it's still winter time, so it's hard to do stuff in winter. I know it's like the better training environment technically for endurance, right? But you get out there and there's like negative 20 degree, negative 30 degree days. I'm not Russian enough to want to jump in a frozen lake, okay? It's not me. I'll do it with the homies, though. You know, it's weird. My right arm got tired faster, but it's my dominant arm. How many hours am I going to have to do this boss? Gotta drink the vodka potion first. I don't have a vodka potion. I got coffee left though, I just spilled some on my knee. I swear I'm not retarded. I'm just retarded. Anyway. So what are you doing now that you've got your bloody gloves? And don't say you're running off sister fistering. That's awful. We don't sister fister around these parts. It's not Alabama, my friend. It's funny because, what is it? Somebody mentioned it out a couple days ago, but like the actual like inbred rates in the US are like less than 0.01% or something. And it's like the place where everybody's like, oh, the inbreeding happens in Alabama. It's like Alabama was actually like one of the lowest on the list for that kind of activity. So it's, I don't know, it's weird where those sorts of stereotypes come from. In RS3, two dudes make a child. You know what I mean? What's more common in the UK? Oh yeah, it's way more common in the UK. That's why a lot of UK people have really fucked up teeth. It's actually a super common trait with inbreeding. There's also another place that's quite sub-Saharan that has that same trait, but we won't go there. That's where Ilhan Omar's from. We won't go there. I mean, because of all the new British, that too. I mean, I'm doubling down. The old British were pretty bad with it. That's what is it? Like half the reason of like the original concept of like the kingdoms and dukedoms, like trading daughters, it wasn't even necessarily for status. They just had a lot of issues with inbreeding to where certain nobility, a couple generations in, would be full-blown retarded. And it's been common knowledge for a long time that inbreeding does lead to some deformations. But I mean, yes, the influx of Ilhan Omars has caused some severe issues in Britain. My brother's like, hey man, maybe you should start being a VTuber, you know, like if you're gonna speak all unfiltered. I'm like, at this point I don't really care, man. Oh, yes, this just in. Alcaridians have shown up in Balador and Varrock. Why are they after all the daughters? Why are all the female level 2s suddenly disappearing in the middle of the night? Good thing I found the good rare British then. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously still good British. They just had some issues back in the day. You know what I mean? They've since got around. They got around, brother. But I don't know, in recent years, I think from what I had recently seen, GB is finally starting to get at least a little bit based, whereas before they were like all for all the nonsense. Oh, my EZK leveled up to 18. Wow. Woo. So exciting. Yeah, no, from what I had seen, they had slowly started getting more based. A little bit, was it Great Britain, or was it a UK dude who's like make Europe great again, or whatever? Like, there was a dude trying to, or the reformation of Europe, but that speech was really good. Bro was on a roll. He was saying the kind of stuff that like Trump should have been saying. Yeah, restore Britain. That's the one. See, I knew you knew things. Rupert Lowe, absolute peak. I would re-listen to that speech on repeat. The only other speech I would listen to that much is you know what I mean? It's just a really good speeches, that guy. Wonderful artist. It's really messed up that one of the best speech masters of all time is just an artist, just a painter. I was never even about that life until I started listening to to the actual translations, and I was like, where's the lie here? What's going on with that? Where's the lie here? I don't know. Anyway, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I appreciate strong verbal leadership. When you get a spokesperson who can, turn the hearts of the masses by saying the right things, it's pretty rare. But number one under the sun, it's Jesus, the J-Man. He had the kind of speeches that made everything worth it. Magic Skull Mask. What's your boss log looking like for this? Terrible. Horrendous. 4 for 4 for 100. No pet. Also, I don't know what... The news doubling up is awful. Yeah. This boss reminds me of the Yarp guy from Hot Fuzz. Are you talking about the cop movie from like almost 20 plus years ago? Now I gotta Hot Fuzz. Oh my god. That is a character, bro. That is a character. That's another hour down. Great. Exits. Yes. Okay. Private encounter. Started back up. And it killed my skybox again. Consider taking a break. I like how this boss just spawns and doesn't bother fighting if you're next to him, right? I don't want to waste aggro pots just to get the boss to want to, beat my ass down. Not trying to come to his kumbaya, Yeah, it's been a good exercising stream, right? Just gotta get that full rotation in. Sorry, I've milked this joke too much. I need more space. I've been a camper, bro. It's just this is my wall. Some more regular curls to end it. You know, I bet this would be really fun with a little bit of alcohol. I'm not trying to be a drunkard, man, but I've never been that guy. Just sit around, drink, and game and have fun. Every time I ever drank, I felt guilty for something, like I was doing something wrong. He's just standing there like... Imagine if the boss pet was as big as he is, right? He's running around Gillinor with a giant tailing you. What's the biggest boss pet in the game? Is it still Borkath? Yeah, honestly. It's always felt like something was off, something was wrong, like I was doing something I shouldn't be doing. Blackstone Dragon. That makes sense. That is a big pet. I know back in the day, the Tizrek Jod or whatever was the biggest one, and then when they actually came out with boss pets, it got kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't blame you. Blackstone Dragon looks dope. Can you get Astelarn, or is it like just one boss pet per Elite Dungeon? Like, not being able to get the Leviathan from ED3 would make sense, because, you know, he's kind of stuck in a ship, right? How dope would it be if they gave us like RS or OSRS as the like the Sanguine Dust or whatever that lets you change your like Verzik pet into all the other bosses from Tob. Just get that for all of the EDs. Meanwhile, some people can do like 20 beers a night without a worry. Yeah, I can never be those people. I don't understand. I used to babysit people, basically, who were friends. You'd just be drunk all the time or high all the time. Always on shrooms or smoking weed all the time. I don't know. Like, I don't really have anything against weed, but some people use it more like it's a crazy addictive drug rather than like, hey, here's this relaxing recreational thing. Like, see some people wake up at dawn and they've already got a blunt rolled, already got a bong rolled, packed. You know, they got like 35 jibbas for the day, and it's like, all right, you know, it does reach a point where it's like maybe take a little bit of a break, give your THC receptors, what is it, GABA opioid receptors a break. You know, it does slow you down mentally. I used to smoke way too much, and I'd get motivated, but I'd like go out and I'd be so motivated to work and like do Uber, do something exhilarating, and then I'd lose track of what I was doing for the day. It took, I think, like 4 months of going full sober for my brain to finally like catch back up and stop being foggy all the time. And you get the mandatory nothing conversation for hours with them, right? Or the people who get like really drunk and they just want to hug you nonstop. Like, you're my best friend, man. I just want to tell you I love you so much. I appreciate you. Oh, if you ever need anything, just go to me, man, okay? Go to me. You know, it's like, okay. You said that the last 15 times you got drunk this month. Last time I came to you for anything, you didn't do anything helpful, so... You want me to impersonate the boss, Engineer? It's not big enough bones here, buddy.
Gotcha, smart.
He's a cunt shell, isn't it? Alright, I'm putting this away for now. Boss sounds like fat bastard. I want my baby back ribs. Yeah, in my belly. Yo, Michael Myers, generational humor. I don't know if he's libtard or not. I don't know if he's one of those types. But back in the day, he was peak content. Bro was funny as hell. Austin Powers, brother. Holy, I can't even tell you the number of times I rewatched Goldmember just because that shit was hilarious. Dr. Evil, I used to think you were crazy, but now I can see you're nuts. Shit, my brother's trying to sleep. What a terrible time. Pancake and a schmuck. Yeah. A schlong made of gold. Yeah, that was the good stuff. That was the real good stuff. I wish movies were good like that again. This loot is so fun. Thanks, Jagex. They really need to put a bad luck mitigation into the game. Like it's 1% fun to fight a boss like this past the point where it's relevant to fight a boss like this, you know? 100 kills should be long. Now you get something like Theater of Blood, Tombs of Masket, etc., you know, where you actually have tangible and good loot. It's reasonable to have to do that a lot, but this is just early game, all useless, past like level 50 or 60 maybe. Right. Make an area locked hardcore Iron Man and have to kill this thing like 10,000 times because it's the only way to get certain stuff. We'll import root stacks. This is willow logs, maple planks, snake grass. I'm not impressed. I heard the jingle. Hi, I'm Alert Brother. Good luck on the pet. I'll keep you running. See you tomorrow, and thanks for helping my GPU. Not a problem. I appreciate you coming to hang out. I know, you know, it takes a lot of time out of your day to be here for me. So I appreciate it every single time. Thank you. Have a good night. Much love to the family, and hopefully you get some solid game time tomorrow. Enjoy the GPU. I do want to see some of that Crimson Desert gameplay, you know? I kind of want to buy it, but I also kind of want to live the game vicariously through other people first. Have a good night. Hot up and go take a piss. If I just put this on, I'll be safe for a couple of kills while AFK, right? I'll be right back.
no fair.
Or to get in and out of here. Bastards. Ooh. Kills. So much fun, this boss. So much fun. If you can multi-log, you can, so just go do job right now on OSRS while doing this, because you don't really need to do all the specking and movements. I could just switch my bar around and make this whole thing easier on himself. Melee. Try something like this. You can tell these are low level drops because they ain't worth jack shit. That's okay, it's not what I'm here for, but god damn it.
Thanks, I hate it. I hate it. I don't want any more of these skulls. Back to back. I had to come back to tell you it's just announced that Colbert is writing a Lord of the Rings movie. If this is true enough for it to like actually be a thing that's going through with the budget and whatnot, boycott, full send. Actually, literally, this sounds terrible. What? No. 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 That's what I think about that. It's just no. Boycott it, burn it down, don't let it happen. They spent so long canceling us, I am not gonna let something like this go through. Not acceptable. You don't get to dogpile and ruin Lord of the Rings. Yeah, dog shit is an understatement. You don't get a liberal cuck retard like Stephen Colbert writing a script for anything and have it actually come out good. I mean, the dude did literal dancing commercials of people in tampons and syringes and saying COVID shots were good and like what? There was once a time where, like, media was decent, you know? Not... what? Lord of the Rings is like a homage, a spirit animal of sorts for entire generations. Like, Tolkien was a super Catholic. Guy was giga-based. You don't liberalize Lord of the Rings. Like, the Amazon version was ass. I watched the whole thing. Terrible. They messed up so much stuff. It was awful to watch.
the DEI dwarves, like why, where, when, who? I don't know if you saw stuff about it or if you read stuff about it, but like there was only one dwarven clan that was at all black in all of Middle Earth, and they were in a region that was so impossibly far off that they would never be seen in any of the storylines. You know, it's like a myth of a myth of a myth of merchants and myths on merchants of faraway lands type thing. Like, but yeah, sure. Let's make the, you know, kings under the mountain have a black queen. No. I'm all for their like little idea of representation when it fits the fucking setting. When it's historically accurate or even fictionally accurate, but you don't ruin a good franchise with garbage. You don't let somebody who drove into an iceberg several times over pilot a ship. You know, I'd rather see Colbert do the Titanic, because you can't crash a ship that's intended to crash, right? You know, that's the whole point. But you don't do that with Lord of the Rings. Oh. I am actually like passionately mad about that. What? Token moving day and the destruction of the one mainly bringing in special announcements. And we woke up Gondor having walls as fascist and we need to let the Naz go in and give them all fair and Lord of War great games. And the Hobbit is gonna be gay, non-binary Dolph. Brother, holy, what in the what?
You all a Hunt for Gollum update, first of many that we'll do, little blogs along the way, and Andy Serkis has been busy designing the film. He's going to direct it and obviously play Gollum. We've got a lot of the old team back again, familiar faces and some new faces. But Andy's doing a terrific job. It's looking amazing. The script is coming together really well, and I think it's going to be a really good film. A really good film. But that is not the only Tolkien movie that we're developing. We've actually got another film that we'll be making after Hunt for Gollum.
It's too early
so
for
I thought I should
so.
tell you a little bit about that. Well, actually, why don't I get somebody else to explain it? Because we've got a very special partner that we're working with, and you can see for yourself. Hang on. There we go. Hello.
Hi, Peter.
Hey, Stephen. Hi. How are you?
How are you doing?
Good. I like all your Tolkien stuff on the wall there. That's that's
Oh, thanks. This is just part of the collection.
So I was just explaining to the folks about the next Tolkien movie after Hunt for Gollum, and the fact that we've partnered up with you to develop the script. So
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. Should I tell people what the story is?
as much as you want. Yep.
I will,
Yep.
as much as I can. You know what the books mean to me and what your films mean to me.
Well, you can see in the comment section the absolute valid crash outs of everybody. Other than a few absolute idiots that are like, oh, the #1 fan in the series and in show business. I'm sorry, what? No. Nah. China. Okay, you know, I could almost get behind that. Like if we were doing a joke skit type thing, right? Like old Trumpster is he's a good joke of a dude. Like he's great for stuff like that. He'd probably do it voluntarily and laugh about it, right? But of course they'd be like, that's the joke. He's the villain and he's evil. Sometimes jokes can just be jokes, you know? Man. I need to stay out of that X comments section. I need to not think about this. Yeah. What was it? The Twin Towers or whatever, or the Two Towers, and the Return of the Ring games, or the Return of the King, sorry. Like those were absolute peak defining games back in like the GameCube and PS2 era. They got me into like reading the Lord of the Rings books and like rewatching the movies, the extended cuts and everything. Like I don't know. This is like watching a very important family member lose a limb or something, right? Or like you find out they just got cancer and you're praying that the cancer's gonna be cut out before it becomes a full-send tumor. Oh, okay. 420. Shit. Nice. Okay. We're out. We're getting out of here. Like sitting here writing a rage post. I get the drop. Thanks. Nice. Okay. Alright. We gotta get that loincloth inspected. What a silly thing, bro. Oh my god.
You scared?
Let's see what he looks like. I mean, mini giant. On like as far as details go, like he's very detailed for a boss pet, right? Like there's actually a lot going on there. Like overall theme kind of lame, but detail is pretty good. Like, is this a part of the player model update, or is this gonna be for like creatures too? Yeah. Either way, I'm keeping him on for now. So glad to be done with that. Thanks for the grass, bro. You do have the pussy. Oh shit. Okay. I'm seeing posts everywhere right now about the Colbert thing, right? And it's like a bunch of people are like posting the memes of him with like the COVID shot and whatnot. Alright, yes. Just gonna hang out by this fire for a minute. Okay. I gotta go get a stack of bones. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Grats on Pat. Talk to you later, brother. Talk to you later as well, bro. Appreciate you not only hanging out but coming back. Tell me about that. Have a good night. I'm gonna be thinking about this for a while. I hope somebody puts a stop to this before Colbert ruins our absolute childhood memories, man. Oh. And known to everyone who comes out from anonymous trolling cookies.
This is how you dress up as a mailman.
I have another hypothetical for the approach.
Okay.
Get out of here!
You're 114 out of 206 values. Question is where are the other buildings at? Things? Man, my laugh is something else, isn't it? 142 out of 206, alright. Holy shit. That went way down. I need to gear up to go fight that hedgehog. That's what I need to do. And I need this. And bring these with me because I need at least 5. Oh wait, no, I still need to go bury bugs. That's what I'm doing.
Next in case 25-5, Gnome versus Otralado. Mr. Suri.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Our respondent's position is that when Congress said arrives in the United States, it meant stopped outside the United States. That theory is wrong for the simple reason that it defies the statutory text. You can't arrive in the United States while you're still standing.
Slow.
That should be the end of this case. But even if you see some ambiguity in the text, the court's decision in Sale should clinch the case for us. In Sale, this court determined that the protections of the Refugee Convention and the withholding of deportation statute do not extend to aliens outside the United States, and further, that it is entirely lawful for the executive branch to prevent aliens from reaching U.S. soil and claiming those protections. If Congress meant to depart from that territorial approach when it adopted the statute here just 3 years after Sale, it would have said so. It didn't. This court should therefore uphold the metering policy and reverse the Ninth Circuit judgment.
Are there treaty obligations that are implicated by either the metering policy or the issues here?
No, there are not, Justice Thomas. Respondents rely primarily here on the Refugee Convention and the Protocol, but there are two reasons for which those don't apply in this case, and those aren't violated by metering. The first is, as this court held in Sale, those provisions simply don't apply extraterritorially. They apply to the return of someone from the United States, not to, in Sale, the return of Haitian refugees who were interdicted in international waters. And secondly, even where that convention does apply, what it prohibits is returning someone to a foreign country. Metering doesn't return anyone to Haiti or Guatemala or wherever the person might be coming from. It just says you can't set foot in the United States.
That I understand how you can say that we're not violating our treaty obligations with your reading, and why Sale, you think Sale protects you. Sale very clearly says that U.S. asylum and withholding protection is applied to those who reside in or have arrived at the border of the United States. It also explained that refoulement means a defensive act of resistance or exclusion at the border, not merely returning a person to a country. Now, the Refugee Act was passed in response to the MS St. Louis situation, which was a ship in 1939 carrying over 900 Jewish refugees that landed in Cuba. The refugees weren't permitted to unload themselves. It then came to the coast of Florida, and the U.S. wouldn't let it dock at all right, and turned it back. And it did the same in Canada. Canada wouldn't let it dock. So the Refugee Act was passed to ensure that people who arrived at a border and knocked on the door, because that's what you're saying, these are people who come to the line. There's an agent standing at the line that's open to everybody else except refugees, correct? They're letting in workers with permits to come into work. They're letting everybody else in, but they're not permitting the people who come to the line, to the door, and knock on it, who want to claim refugee status. You're saying we're not going to inspect you. How does that not violate the Refugee Treaty Act or the spirit of the St. Louis UN Convention?
To start with the statute statute doesn't say arrive at the door.
No, but it says arriving in the U.S. in various provisions. The inspection provisions says all aliens who are applicants for admission or otherwise seeking admission or readmission or transit through the U.S. shall be inspected by immigration officers. So various provisions of 1125 also speak about aliens arriving. Someone on a plane arriving to land in LaGuardia may not have put their foot on U.S. land, but they've arrived in the United States. They're arriving. They're knocking on the door.
Again, the statute that is specifically at issue there says arrives in.
So if I believe that your reading violates the UN Convention, then what you're telling me is that Congress, when it passed this language in 1996, intended to reject its treaty obligation.
No, I'm telling you.
Without conversation about it. And a House report that basically said there is no evidence that Congress, in fact, told us intended to make that provision. The House report stated that the new version of 1158 applies, quote, to any alien who is physically present in the United States or at the border of the United States. That was the language of the House report.
Not the language of the statute. The statute says in the United States.
But don't we read statutes in their context?
We read statutes according to their text. There's no ambiguity.
No, you start with the text and context.
Mr. Surrey, the text has to make sense. And what is a little concerning to me about your reading of the statute is the practical implications insofar as it suggests that a Congress that was authorizing asylum would be requiring people to break the law in order to obtain it. So imagine a polite asylum seeker who wants to do everything by the book, approaches the border, but does not cross, precisely because the law says you are not supposed to enter the United States without authority. Why on earth would Congress have intended or meant for his asylum request to be discarded, not taken seriously, not entertained, but someone who manages to enter the United States unlawfully when the law says you're not supposed to do it and requests asylum gets their application entertained? That doesn't seem to me to make any sense. That if we're trying to think about what arriving in means, surely Congress was contemplating that a person would be coming to the United States, would be doing so with an intent to comply with the law that says you're not supposed to enter, and thereby asking for entry.
There are two reasons for which that makes sense. First is that we have a separate refugee admission statute, Section 1157, that protects those outside the United States. So it makes perfect sense for Congress to say, if you're in the United States, you go to the asylum route, and if you're outside the United States, you go to the refugee.
Yes, but I'm trying to understand the rationality of your interpretation of arriving in. You were suggesting that arriving in means the person who is literally standing on the U.S. side of the border, as opposed to the person who approaches the U.S. side of the border. And I don't understand why Congress would make that distinction.
The second reason that Congress would have made that distinction, apart from the fact that the person in Mexico already has this other statute, the refugee statute, is that the problem with the world's refugees is not solely the United States working there. It's a shared responsibility of nations throughout the world.
I understand, but think about the statute at issue. It says arriving in. It first of all distinguishes physically inside, right? And it says arriving in, and it gives those people the ability to ask for asylum. And the way that your reading plays out, the person is coming to, arriving in, approaching the United States, can't make that ask, but they have to somehow violate the law by entering the United States in order to make that ask.
I might complete the answer. Congress could reasonably determine that if a refugee is in Mexico, then the Mexican government is primarily responsible for processing his claim. Once the refugee is in the United States, whether legally or illegally, then the United States has greater responsibility.
I guess I don't understand how that's responsive. Can I just finish? I don't understand how that's responsive to my point, which is the person who is arriving in the United States asking for permission to enter is not necessarily, quote, in Mexico in a way that implicates all the concerns that you're talking about. Yes, he is physically standing in Mexico, but imagine a person who has a placard on their body as they approach the border that says, you know, I would like entry. I'm being persecuted in Mexico. Your suggestion that the United States would say, unless you can figure out a way to illegally cross, we're not going to entertain that claim, seems very peculiar.
It seems to me that the premise of the question is that there is something improper about blocking someone from completing the arrival.
The premise of the question is that arriving in has to mean something. And to suggest that it means that you have to actually illegally cross doesn't make sense.
There are other penalties that apply to people who illegally cross. It's a crime to illegally cross into the United States. And the fact that someone has illegally crossed into the United States can be taken into account when the person is making the asylum application.
Sorry, please. Counsel, the statutory language, is it arriving in or is it arrives in?
It arrives in.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Suri, if
Justice Kagan?
I don't think you had much of a chance to answer the part of Justice Sotomayor's question, which I am interested in, about the treaty obligations, and particularly how the treaty obligations should or should not be interpreted in light of the St. Louis incident that gave rise to the treaty.
The treaty was a compromise between the interest in protecting refugees and the interest in protecting national sovereignty. And the compromise that was reached was, we're not going to require nations to admit anyone into the country, but we're going to forbid sending people back to other countries once they have already entered that country. And here, the treaty doesn't apply for two reasons. One, the individuals at issue haven't entered the United States. And two, they're not being sent back to any foreign country. They're just being denied admission to the United States. I would also note that even on any interpretation of the statute, the St. Louis situation wouldn't be covered, because there's a parenthetical in the statute that talks about people interdicted in United States or international waters, and they're covered by the statute only if they're brought to the United States. So in the St. Louis example, those individuals are not brought to the United States, and therefore they'd be outside the scope of the statute, I think, even on this case.
I think Justice Jackson's question got at the fact that your interpretation privileges someone who illegally enters over someone who legally comes close to the border, and why would Congress privilege someone who illegally enters the United States? Can you answer that directly?
I think it's a bit unfair to say that we're privileging people who illegally enter, because people who legally enter are being treated better than people who illegally enter.
I got that distinction. The distinction is between the illegal entrant and the person who lawfully gets very close and wants to follow the rules. That person is disadvantaged as compared, I'm an asylum, as compared to the person who illegally enters. The question, as I understood it, is why would Congress do that? So what's the answer?
Two answers to that. First is we deny that the person is being privileged, because metering is not saying the person with polite asylum seeker, Justice Jackson's word, you can never enter the United States and the only option is to enter legally. It's saying our port is at capacity today, try again some other day. That time when that person comes in, that person could come in legally. The second answer is that Congress could reasonably determine that the United States has greater responsibilities to aliens in the United States than the aliens in Mexico. That's how sovereignty is divided among nations in the world. And whether you got here legally or illegally, Congress could say we have greater responsibilities to issue.
More generally, or separately, I guess, what is the problem? What was the problem that was trying to be solved here when this policy was put in place?
The policy was put in place in 2016 when ports, which might have a capacity of something like 50 or 100 people, holding capacity of 50 to 100 people, were facing lines of aliens far larger than that. And those individuals were demanding entry at that particular time, and ports were doing well. Sometimes they didn't have enough food to feed people arriving in the United States. Sometimes they didn't have beds in which they could sleep. They didn't have places where they could hold them. So it's necessary for the ports to say, sorry, we're at capacity to try again someday. And I think respondent's position is that that is categorically illegal in any circumstances. It always violates the asylum statute and the inspection statute say before.
That's not quite what they're saying. Certainly not what the circuit court said. What the circuit court said was, we have a law that permits the United States to have people reside in Mexico or stay in Mexico while the application is being considered. So there is already that remedy for the government, correct?
There is a contiguous territory return provision, but...
Exactly. And what the circuit said is, it's okay for you to say, stay somewhere else while we process this. What you can't do is do what the statute doesn't permit you to do, which is not to inspect me at all. The circuit said you could make a list of people and have a rational basis to tell them to come back at a particular time. But instead what you were doing was saying, you alien, we're not going to even consider your application. We're not going to take your number. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to turn you back. We're going to be the ship on the MS Lewis and ship you back to be killed wherever you end up. And that's what the statute doesn't permit. Now, you mentioned...
Can I answer that?
Yes.
That's an argument that SAIL was wrongly decided, because that's exactly what the United States was doing in SAIL, shipping people back to Haiti.
No, because SAIL made very clear that the UN obligation is if your refugee is arriving at the port of entry, knocking on the door and I'm staring you in the face, you have an obligation to at least listen to my application. And you can tell me the way, you can put me in a safer place to live, you can do a bunch of different things. What you can't do is just turn you back from the border.
And the second answer is we're not shipping people back to Haiti or whichever country the person might be.
No, you're just telling them walk back. So they can, the people on the St. Louis could have swam back. They happened to be on a boat. But that's what we did. We were off the coast of Florida, and we didn't let them dock. We didn't let them dock and take and interview them at all. We didn't consider whether they were being persecuted. And the majority of those people were shipped back or had to go back from where they came and were killed. That's what we're doing here.
Like the court in Sale, I do not deny the moral weight of claims made by refugees, but that is not the question before the court. The question
Would you complete your answer?
The question before the court is what obligations did Congress impose on the asylum and inspection statutes, and those refer only to aliens who were in the United States.
May I ask you a question about the statute and about that answer? I totally get that if you just look at the language who arrives in the United States, it sort of suggests, well, you have to be in the United States. So, totally get that. It does seem to me that this statute, you don't have to be a superfluity hawk to think that this statute has a massive superfluity problem. Because the way you're understanding that second phrase, the statute ends up saying, essentially, any alien who is in the United States or who is in the United States. So what led to that kind of superfluity in this statute, and how are we to understand it? It really, if you just sort of, you can't mean that, so the in the United States must mean something else.
I agree that the arrives category is a subset of the present category, but there are a few different reasons why Congress might have mentioned that subset the same way it mentions subsets in other statutes that refer, for example, to one reason is that the arrives category is subject to special rules that other applicants for admission are not subject to. For example, they're automatically subject to expedited removal if they are inadmissible. So when the statute
Really? See which one of the spears. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't want to do that. This one. Glaciers. Okay. The man really wants me to play Dark Glaciers. I'll take it, but yeah. It's just very silly. What the?
Dodge those beams. Be vigilant.
Oh, hello?
Reacts to its attacks accordingly.
Your attacks will not land while the Gazans are present. Kill the minions first. Kill the minions first. Its defenses are up. Focus on the smaller ones.
Focus your efforts on the smaller ones.
The shield is down.
It's switching up its attacks.
I just cannot get the kind of DPS that it wants me to. Can't teleport. Okay, perfect.
Ready your defenses.
It uses energy from the
Where
glow
was my
slates to shield
weapons?
itself.
Actual terrible game design. Oh. Nope, I don't want to do this right now. I need to task. Yes, easy enough task. How did I? No. Sure.
tax, meaning that any sort of
Slowly starting to settle in, honestly. It's a bit rough. Next Angel of Death, no. Oh, where's the hello? Cannot be changed while a soul raker ascending is inactive. Okay. Continue task. Select different one. Refresh. Yes. Ivar can burn samples. Yeah, that's. We're going back to the old Ivar, I guess. expertise. That's certainly one way to speed kill. Okay. 18 out of 300 vehicle points this week. What is the... Okay. Let's see. Yes. I think. Maybe. No, I don't think I have the energy to do a Rex. I'm gonna go back to the hedgehog.
I have another hypothetical.
Okay. Let me just hold this up. You know what? Yeah. Put that again. Put this back. Put that and that back. Grab the Lanyakia spear. It should be alright since I'll be attacking from a distance. But I will bring some extra food just in case. Goodness. Oh no. Why don't you get the melee distance with a halberd? Like an actual melee. Like, you're so lucky. Stop the running. There we go. Eventually done.